Hello everybody, and welcome to Deep and Dev, where I don't know what I'm doing and neither do you, so let's do it together. I was off for a week there because I was in the middle of moving with my wife, so that was a little last minute vacation posting on Twitch, but here I am and back. If things look a little chaotic in the background, it's because they are. So, let's dive in and try and remember where we were when we left off. I gotta get my brain going. Okay, so I got a to-do here. It looks like handling, removing, disabling the box collision when we add a door. I do remember that. Let's launch up our editor and take a look at that. And also in this last week of time off, I spent some time thinking about the software and things that we might want to fix or change. And one thing that is not going to work for a long period of time is the click and drag calls that we're making on the server, because on the event tick, we are asking the server to constantly update the position of the pawn as it moves, and that's not performance friendly for a server client kind of situation. So what I'm thinking instead is that the click and drag occurs client side only, and then when the drop occurs and the movement is finished, it just updates, and that's when it makes the call to the server for the position change. The other thing I was thinking that we could change is rather than click and drag is a left click and a left click. So start to end. I'm kind of thinking that that might be better. I don't know. If we ever want to go to an iPad, that'll be a touch. Well, you could tap and touch once and move it. So, I don't know. We'll play around with that. So if we hit start and take a look, and we build a wall here with our fancy custom models, which I also watched some Blender videos, so I've got some better ideas of how to use that to better create some custom models. But if we add our door, and then if we lock it, move in a token in here, you see that there is there's collision through the door. Doesn't have the middle part cut out. So we can't actually do that until we make it disappear and turn off the collision. But then when the collision's back on, we can't put the cube on any of those tiles beyond the door. So we need to give the door its own cutout collision. So if I open up Chrome, I should be able to find how to do that. I think in Blender we just need to add our own collision box with that area cut out. So let me mute Chrome also so it doesn't just start shouting off at you. It's not in the mixer yet. Probably has to start making noise. Alright, well I got it muted anyway, so. Let's see, Blender collision mesh U4. might be able to just go to a door here. Let me show the... So there's our complex collision. Why is it... Use complex collision as simple. Even our simple has that, so what's going on here? Or I guess it's using the... Hold on, go to default. So yeah, there's the simple, and there's the complex. And so if I say I want you to use complex collision as simple, which that should work. So I think if we hit play, here's our output log. Okay, yeah, we're still outputting what we hit. So whoops. Yeah, interesting. Oh, I remember what it is. I know what's wrong. Yeah, okay, so it's not that this door is the one that, it's not this door's collision that we're hitting. If I eject and I open up, remember we spawn a collision box on our spline structure. So we've got our wall instance, base instance, corner instance, door instance. However, we also have that we're creating our collision boxes. So, and you can see the outline of it right here. That doesn't go away when we swap the wall for the door. So, yeah, that's why I have the to-do here. Okay, so catching up, and it's starting to make sense of where we were. So let's fix that. So when we call this, when we're adding a door, and we're sending in the index on the wall of where we want to modify the new instance name, which is our door instance, by a string, so that we're able to later get instance static mesh component by string. We have to name these. We have a static mesh that we're sending in from our bank, as well as the material, and the old instance is the wall instance, or where we're... So these flip, right? This is how we can say what we're removing, because we have to remove an instance at that index in order to clear it, so that we can add a new mesh there. So we also need to get rid of the collider, or the collision box. So how are we doing that? Right here. When we update the wall mesh, we're creating a box collision, registering the component. These are not instanced, so we're creating a new component each time, so they're separate. So that's a problem. However, we're adding them in order as we construct the wall. So the index, theoretically, right here, this index would allow us, I think, because we're also adding it to an array. So I think we could probably turn off or remove the collider. So yeah, I think we could just change the collision. So let's see what that does. That's going to cause an issue, though. For right now, this is just adding a door. We don't necessarily want to turn off collision because what if we're adding other stuff? This door also doesn't have an actual, it's just a door frame. Yeah, okay, so now we're clicking through. So we've turned off that collision. And I think if we unlock and we do that, okay, so we're good. Actually, what happens, so we've added a door. We remove the door. Oh, nice. Okay, so that actually, so it just resets the whole wall, right? Because it's calling, just build the wall again, so the collision comes back. So that fixes that for now. Why don't we add a, where's my, I have Steam in my launchers. Let's open up Blender and let's put a door into the door frame. Because that's important. Close up any unnecessary things. All right, we're good. All right, so if we open up our simple door and some stuff, I'm going to go to shaded. I'm going to get rid of the light and the camera. And options. That's not what. Trying to workspace. What did this guy do? I watched a video and I liked how he had his let's see, get rid of this stuff. Hey, Converse. Yes, the moving has gone smoothly as it can, as moving can go. All right, I'm gonna open up that YouTube video actually real quick because and I'm going to mute Chrome. UV coloring technique. Here we go. Where did he go? You just lost me already. Oh, yeah. Okay. Viewport settings. So he's on that. There it is. Cavity. That's what it is. Okay. Cavity. And he ups the valley and ridges. There we go. And what else does he do? Shadow. And he puts it on both. Nice. Okay. So that's how you do some low poly modeling so that you can get some depth when you're into it. Okay. I want to add a cube to this mesh. Actually, I think I have to be in edit mode. And then I add a cube. There we go. Now it's part of that mesh. So this guy, I'm going to scale on the y-axis to 0.1. Smaller. 0.05. There we go. Perfect. And I'm going to move it up on the z-axis by 2. No, by 1. Yep. Okay, so we just need to scale it on the z-axis by like 0.95. And then if we go to a side, here we go. We move it in the z-axis by, there we go, 0.05. I think that is, put it in there correctly. Scale it on the x-axis by 0.5. A little bit smaller, 0.4. I think that is what we wanted. So there's our door. All right. And I think you can select linked. What is it? L. Yeah, so if you're hovering over something and hit L, and I'm in face view, it selected all the linked faces with that face. And if I go over here and I select link L there, it's now selected that. So I can just select that, or I can select that. Okay. So can't name those things, but actually, that's going to make it all one model, isn't it? So I need to actually separate the selection. This guy is the door, not doors, is the door, and this is the door frame. The door, if we go material, he has a cool, how does he do this? Go back to YouTube. The low poly modeling. It's a really amazing video by Inferno. This one, I highly recommend watching it. It's like an hour and a half roughly, and tons to learn in it if you want to learn how to low poly. So, the coloring technique. I'll colorize. I need to get a low poly. So you go to shading. New. Lowspec.com. That's the site. Lowspec.com. And let's see what. Let's get some palettes. What would be good for our game? What feels dungeony? That's pretty good right there. Just a 16-bit. Maybe we want a little bit more. That might be good. Default 48. Actually, I like this one. I think 8 bits all we need. Do they have a 1-bit? I want it in a square. Paint. Resize. How many colors is this? This is 5 by 5. It's 25 colors. So I just want 5 by 5. Zoom in. I want the size of my brush. I just want pencil. How do I shrink that? Can I not? There we go. Make a quick, tiny little color palette because we don't need. I can't zoom in any more than that. I don't have Photoshop anymore, so this is what we will be doing. Oh, I can't do that. So first is, wow, I can't even. Oh man, all right, never mind. We'll just do that. You don't get to see my downloads. Not allowed. This is, we'll put it into Dropbox, into my game assets, into, I need to organize this way better. New folder, color. How do you spell palette? P-A-L-E-T-T-E. There's like so many different palettes, and I always forget. Okay, got it. Got the color palette. Now what do? We need to okay, yes, I know. I need to import, add texture, image, open. There's no Dropbox in here. Users. There we go. You do the color to base color, I believe. Yeah, so it's on there. Switch this from linear to closest, so it's nice and sharp. We go to UV editing now. There we go. And select all, scale to 0. There we go. And now we can move this around. Not snap. How do I turn off snapping? There we go. Okay. So, in theory, so if I select all, and then over here I select all and scale to 0 to bring it all together and move it. There we go. How does he have it showing colors? I want... Cavity, give that back. Both. Shadow. There we go. Texture. All right, now if I go to the door, and I'm going to give same material. Select linked, that should be all of them. Select all over here, scale to 0. Move that guy to like about that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. How do I change? Let's see, Blender, this thing, right? This is what, so for the door, object mode. This thing has to be at the corner for it to be able to hinge on that, right? Cursor? Yeah, thanks. So the cursor, and this should just be for this thing, right? No, it's right there. So it's still, so not the cursor. Set origin, right? It's the origin. That's what it is. Okay, so set origin to 3D cursor. There we go. And I want that to be there we go. I want the origin to be there. Whoop. Blender move origin. That's it. Yeah, okay. So I want to select the on the door. Let's go to X-ray. I want that edge. There it is. Okay. And then I want to set the origin to the 3D cursor. Is that going to change it for, okay. Nope, door frame is still good, so that's just for the door. Okay. So, I think I shrink that. I need to make that into a cube so that it's more compact. That's not a good view for me. All right. Let's get out of X-ray and object mode. Reset cursor. How do I? What's the command for resetting the cursor? Alt G. Reset cursor to Shift S. Shift S. Cursor to world origin. There we go. And then object. Oh, I don't want that. There we go. I need to select that. Just select all and Control A. All transforms apply. Oh. Oh, that's annoying. Let's see. Blender multiple origin, set origin multiple objects. No, I want Blender different origin or separate. Let's go back to X-ray. That. I don't want the origin for all, because I want the door frame to have a different origin than the door itself. Okay, so I can't reset. I can't apply all transforms. All right, well, let's see what happens. File, export, FBX, selected objects. Okay. Cool. The pivot is wrong. So it's got our texture, which is cool. Okay, so in object mode, I select just the door, Alt G. So I can't have multiple origins for different objects? What is this batch script? Is it that work in progress experimental export thing? Is it Batex? This guy? It hasn't been committed since November. Yeah, look, it says 2.8. I'm not sure if it'll work with 2.9. Hold on. I know Unreal has well, okay. It doesn't matter at the moment. I get what it's... Unreal Engine 4 uses the world center as the pivot point. So this, even though it doesn't look good here, this will work for the moment. There's our pivot. And our pivot. Question is how, when we're making a door, how do we do that? How are we going to... So we've got a frame and a door. And we are... I'm not sure. So when we're starting to go into this with multiple static meshes in a single thing, this is where you usually go with a like this and do a, and then you need to make a whole new actor to have multiple static meshes and things that how it works. So a door needs to be its own class, right? So should this be rooted to something that we already have? Let's think. We have, it could be a token. It's not a spline structure. We could just make a structure, because tokens would be pick up and move. So let's make a new class called BG structure. And it's going to be an actor, and this is called BG structure. And it's going to be in, not core, actors. Is that where we're putting these things? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're doing a skeletal mesh, because that's, I think it's going to add more complexity than we need. This is just a door. Okay. Move that up here. I don't know if we'll need a tick, but never know. Okay, so now that that's there, where's our, there it is. We'll go to our blueprints, gameplay. And we will make a off of our door, off our structure. We have to compile. We're going to do this completely in C++ ultimately in the end. However, when I'm adding static meshes and stuff, I like to debug it first in blueprints so that I can see where I'm moving the static mesh. And then I'll code the location of it in. But by doing this and just adding a so this is not that. There we go. This will have allow us to have some functionality like the opening and closing of the door. So we want to give it What is an actor usually? Let's just take a look. It's just got a default scene root. So we'll make the frame the root, I think. So we're going to give it a U property, which is, let's see, components are like that. Of a use static mesh component, door frame static mesh component. It's going to need another use static mesh component called the door static mesh component. And we'll just do that for the moment. Yeah. Okay, save all, close. What am I doing? Stop. Obviously, we have to do stuff over here. We're going to turn off the tick for the moment until we need it. So we're going to create, let's see, door frames, create default subobject of a use static mesh component, door frame static mesh, and then the root component is the door frame static. Come on, there we go. And then door static mesh component, same thing. Okay. One more thing. Door static mesh setup attachment to the door frame static mesh. Okay, open up our door. There's our static meshes. Boom. Let's give this guy our SM door frame. Cool. Looks a little different, huh? That's not ours. That's funny. And then this will be our simple door. Okay, and this is where we will up it. Oh, it needs a base too, doesn't it? So, yeah, there we go. Now we're able to open it. I guess the hinge theoretically should be at a corner, not the line. We can fix that though. Okay. So we so we know 40 on the X and 10 on the Z. Nope. This isn't going to be like a push to open the door. It's just going to be a script to open it, or a trigger. So, let's think now. So when we're on our spline structure here, we're going to need to change this. We're no longer... We are no longer... This is going to work. We have to spawn an entirely different actor. This was passing in a static mesh and a material and creating a new static mesh, instanced static mesh component, or adding an instance to an already existing instanced static mesh component. But we're now going into a... we've created a whole new actor here. So... we will want to, like we did with the board and the tiles, if we want to go down this route, what this means is our board, and when we look at tiles, we attach it somewhere. Where are we attaching this? Build board right here. Attached to actor. So, like when we spawn tiles from the board, we have to do the same thing on the spline structure. Rather than creating this simple instant static mesh, we are actually going to be spawning a whole new actor at the position of the old wall instance, and then attaching it to the spline structure, the wall actor, so that it moves with it. Actually, yeah, we have to do that for it to move with it. And then if we ever modify the wall, we have to delete the door, because when it updates the structure, it cleans up. We could probably work on this where it only cleans up the instance components of the area that is being modified. I don't know how we would go about doing that, because this is so that if we shorten it, it needs to well, actually, every time we update the wall mesh, it's just recreating. Yeah, it's just recreating the instances. Let's do a quick Google search. UE4 only, let's see, spline. And if I'm remember correctly, we don't want to do the mesh, the spline mesh, because that just stretches it, right? Yeah. So I wonder what's the difference between the hierarchical instance static mesh and the standard one. Using instances in one instance static mesh component is much more performant than using multiple static, but ISMC have some limitations. One is you can't have individual LODs for each instance. Okay. So yeah, for like an asteroid field, for example. So hierarchical static mesh, LOD, yeah. I see. So that's the difference. Hierarchical instance static mesh can do individual LODs. So that's if you're generating an asteroid field or a bunch of foliage or something, that's what you would want to do. I don't think we need to worry about that at the moment. I don't even have different LODs, I think, unless Unreal Engine makes them automatically. Yeah, I don't know how to get around that. Okay, so let's try this adding a door. So, it's going to be like the modify instance mesh at index, but this time we're going to go with a void add door spawn door actor at index int const index. Let's see, we'll probably want to send in, because we'll have different types of doors potentially. So we'll send in the ABG structure, which will, forward declare. Forward declare up here. Door to spawn, door actor to spawn. And this actually will be renamed as spawn structure actor at index. And this will be structure actor to spawn. And the old instance name that we're passing in so that we can select the instance. All right, so now I got that. We'll do that. So first, I'm going to check, make sure that that's safe. If we do have a structure actor to spawn, we're going to do this again. And then, so now we've removed the instance static mesh at that spot, and we have the location saved. So we need to do this now. So we'll just steal this and then modify it. It's going to be a ABG structure. We'll call this the structure to spawn. This actually is not going to be a pointer to an actor, but a T subclass of. And this will be structure class to spawn. And then for now we won't do that. We'll just say that, or there. I like it over here. Okay, so that should spawn a structure actor. And we should actually add these two. So we've got I'm going to put this into config actually. And then the same thing of a T array of ABG structure pointers called spawned structures. And then we're going to add structure or spawned structures dot add structure. So then we keep track of them, and then clean instance components. After, yeah, we have to also if spawn structures dot num is greater than 0 for auto structure in spawned structures if we have the structure and structure is pending kill or unreachable is not, then structure destroy. Which hopefully we're able to do this. We are the ones that are making this I don't know if that'll work over network, if that's network friendly. We'll see. Okay. So we've got this adding of our structure. We now need to stop. We'll compile this, and we need to call this from instead of the other thing. So we need to go into our interface now and do that. So let's give this a test shot and see how it... Oh, it's not happy. What I do... Is that what we gotta do? Hold on. UE4 C++ spawn actor from T subclass of. Okay. Maybe the const is the problem here. Yep. It was just a const issue. That's funny. Okay. No, you cannot be const. So I'm going to go here, our structure context menu, I think, under modify. Right here, this is what we're modify instance mesh at index. Okay. So under our player controller, we're actually doing this as well. Not the lobby. Game. Hello, stomach. Okay. So let's create a new one called void spawn structure. Same, we'll call it the same. Spawn structure actor at index. Spawn structure actor at spline structure index. This is a server call. Let me guess. We actually are going to have to... Oh, yeah, we have to do a local one first, too. All right. ABG spline structure to modify, int const reference the index. We're going to add, let's see, the T subclass of ABG structure. I don't want to forward declare it. I don't want to include. I just want to forward declare. Structure to spawn. And what else are we going to need is the old instance name. This is the structure class to spawn. And the f string const of the old instance name, which by default is our wall. Implementation. If structure to modify and structure class to spawn. Same thing over here. Static void spawn structure at spline structure index. ABG spline structure pointer structure to modify int const reference the index f string T subclass of ABG structure forward declare again. What? And f string const reference old instance name wall instance. The implementation, if structure to modify and structure class to spawn. Structure to modify spawn structure at index structure class to spawn old instance name. And here we do ABG gameplay game mode base spawn structure at spline there, and we pass the structure to modify, the index, the structure class to spawn, and the old instance name. And now we need to make the local one. structure to modify int constant index the T subclass of ABG structure class to spawn and f string const reference. Old instance name is the wall instance. And like we do here, we're just calling the server one. If structure to modify and structure class to spawn, spawn structure, there it is. We just call that, pass the structure to modify, the index and the structure class to spawn, and the old instance name. Okay. Stop. Compile. Oh, so many layers of the onion to go through in order to make something happen. Woo. Oh, yeah. Right. Okay. So in each of these, in our player controller, we need to forward declare. Right here. These are out of alphabetical order. I think this includes, doesn't, let's see, trying to avoid circular references. Okay, so we'll do it here as well. There we go. Okay, so now if we go to our structure context menu, right here, we should be able to spawn structure actor. There we go. Here's our new call. Move that out of the way. The structure to modify is our structure reference. The index is the instanced mesh index. The structure class to spawn is going to be our BG structure. Actually, we're going to pass in the BP door. And the old instance name is the default. So, it has a default. I don't know why it's not. Maybe I forgot to add the default on the... Oh, this is the server call. Wait. All right, let's watch everything explode. Well, it didn't explode, but it didn't add anything. We go to our config. Yeah, it didn't... Oh, because we didn't actually finish the spawning. So, if we go back to our board and look... we need to okay, so we did, but it didn't work right here. So we'll put a break right there. We'll see what happens. Huh. Failed because class object is abstract. Okay, hold on. So get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. What I might want to do instead, I think we're doing this wrong, is structure class to spawn, get default object, and then get class. There we go. It's just at the wrong location. However, if we go to move mode, it's attached. See that? Okay, so we're hitting it. So, okay. And then if I were to modify the structure, it goes away. All right. We're almost there. Okay, I think maybe we need to do true on world space and test that. There we go. And we don't need to add the base because that's part of the wall itself. But now we've got a door. We can keep adding doors. We just don't have the way of removing the door, so we just need to do that now. But otherwise, we are able to spawn a separate actor entirely to be used, which we can then start to give more elaborate functionality. We are stuck using the blueprint at the moment, which I guess isn't an issue. We do have the blueprints here. A healthy balance of C++ and blueprints is fine. And this will allow us to specifically set that and design our structures using multiple static meshes rather than using constructor helpers, which I'm not a fan of. So we're going to implement the remove door next so that we can switch it back to a wall. But I'm going to take a quick break before we go into that. So give me 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, and we are back. Some green tea. So let's make this remove door function. Let's start at the spline structure. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And I think actually this is going to be a little bit more complicated because we are no longer clicking on the spline structure, but we're clicking on the door. So let's take a look at what we're doing here. We are removing an instance. I wonder if can you set the visibility? No, because that'll do the whole wall. Okay, so a structure, if we're right-clicking on a structure, is going to need its own context menu. Right? So a door, when we right-click on it, is going to have options such as lock and unlock a door, right? We're also going to want to be able to open and close the door. So, we're going to give it a lock as well. So let's do that real quick. Which means that we're going to need that. Also, be locked is false initially. Have our super do rep lifetime. There it is. ABG structure. And this is the be locked. Okay, so now that's replicated. Oh yeah. How do I do that? I'm rusty. I can't remember. B replicates. There you go. And then in the begin play, we want to use... Where's our begin play? Set replicating movement is the new one. Okay, so we can lock it. Well, we can't yet, but we have a locked. That should be BG structure. We need to now, like the spline structure has a function, actually, something else that we should probably have is reference to the structure that this door is part of. So, the parent spline structure, which is, I believe those are just null pointers by default, but when it's made here, that's protected, so we need to make a public setter. And this will be a void set parent spline structure, and it will receive an ABG spline structure pointer, parent spline structure, and what it does is just sets the parent spline structure. This parent spline structure is equal to parent spline structure. And we'll just do new parent spline structure. There. So we don't have to this it. Let's put a getter as well. This returns the parent spline structure, so it returns the pointer. This is called get parent spline structure. And it is a const, and it returns parent spline structure. Okay, so here we can now go structure, set parent spline structure, this. So now we'll have a reference to it. So, which that now means that we can remove. So this will be a public, I believe, actually. So void remove structure from spline structure. It'll just remove structure actor. And what it does is what did we do? You know, this index should probably be saved too. So because we have to send it back in order to modify that. Yeah, okay, so return index. And then we need a setter also. Okay, so now we have an index because we have to know that. Because we have this modify instance mesh at index implementation. Which we're going to find the old instance. Originally, this was what it was doing was, yeah, we already have find it. So if we already have it with the new, so wall instance, and we're going to add an instance at wall instance. So we can make a much simpler. Let's just make a void restore instance mesh at index. Int const reference index. The f string const reference of the old, or actually the instance, just the instance name. And by default, it's wall instance. And what this does is, like this, I'm going to auto instance is equal to, there you go. So we get the instance static mesh component. Actually, I think we're just doing that. So we do need to do some of this. What is the default physics for that, for our box? Just visibility block. Not sure. We'll revisit that. So if we're restoring it back to query and physics at the index, and then so we're getting that transform now. So this should I think the index the index still exists. Oh, sorry. Loud whack. We're just removing the instance at the index. So I think, well, I don't know if this will work because we got rid of it. We might need to pass in a transform as well. So we're not going to do that. This will be just the transform. So here, we don't need the return anymore. Or yeah, we do. So that it doesn't keep going through the loop. So if we're calling this remove structure actor, which is going to need to be multicast and reliable. So that means we need implementation after it. We're going to call or get the parent spline structure. We're going to be calling reset instance mesh at index, and we're passing in our index. What is going on? There we go. Our get actor transform and instance name, which is default, so we don't need to send that in. And then we're destroying ourselves, so we get rid of the door. Which means spawned structures is going to have a null in it, right? Actually, All right, for now, we'll do that. Okay, we have to now go through all of our networking stuff again. So void what are we calling this? Restore instance mesh at index. And we need to pass in anything else. Actually, we're calling it here, so we're not. So we're actually going to be sending in structure pointer. And then we need to have a network function for this. And then same thing here. No, we don't even need to pass in because it's storing that itself. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. Let's see if that works. Oh yeah, whoops. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, so in order to bring up in order to bring up a context menu when we click the door, because for right now nothing happens, right? So we actually need to fix that. So in our UI, we have a structure context menu. Rename this to spline structure context menu. And this will be a spline structure thumbnail. Now that we have these differences, right? So, we need to, I think, just duplicate this and call it so here's our structure context menu. This reset button is going to actually be the open close button. And we can make that like a blue. So we need to make some changes here. Okay, so first of all, this is a BG structure object reference. Let's just get rid of that entirely. So that doesn't need to change at all because locking and unlocking is pretty similar. We're not doing that anymore. We don't have an instanced mesh index anymore. This is structure context menu. So that can stay the same. Locked state. If it is true, this is for removing. This is where we're going to call restore instanced mesh at index. So that's the remove button, should do that. The reset, we don't do that yet because that's now the open close button. On the delete button, get rid of that actually. And the remove button, move it up here. And this will be just remove. I don't think we need to have a modify structure context menu anymore, so we can get rid of that and then just replace with child to make this simple. So now over here, we don't have those anymore. Get rid of that. We're not doing that. So the lock unlock button we'll have to fix. It doesn't do anything at the moment. We don't need that add door thing there or the instant static mesh. Okay. Let's see what happens if we right click on a door. Because I think in our player controller, when we right click, that might still be, yeah, it's still handled here. Mm. Interesting. Why is it saying that it is not a valid object? Okay, so it's not. Oh, right. We didn't finish here. Duh. Create widget. WP structure context menu. And the hit result gets passed in as well. Owning player. And we want to do that stuff as well. Spline structure context menu. We need to... I don't think we're using that anymore in the structure context menu. There. Cool. There we go. And if we remove, excellent-ish, you know. At least that's working. It just put it in the wrong spot. So let's fix that. I think I know what it's doing. It is, this transform is get transform we want get actor transform and then where is it? It's adding a transform an instance edit. Hello, Bauglier. How you doing? This is the root component of it. So if we take a look where, let's eject after we make this door. So we do that, we add a door, eject. One, two, four. Interesting. I think this, yeah, it's that one. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at that again. Its y is 300. I wonder if the x and the y. I see. Interesting. 100 and negative 100. Why is it putting it there? That wasn't the location at all. And it's z. So what's going on here? Where is it getting this information from? Oh, wait. (100 negative 400). It's supposed to get the root, right? So if this is attached... Okay, so and then if I remove... Aha. 100 negative 400 wall instance. Yeah. It's starting 100. It's starting over here. That's very interesting. I don't know where it's getting that 25 from. It is. Okay, so it's grabbing the X and the Z because it's attached. All right, so stop. That's what's happening. Okay. So we don't want get actor transform. We need let's try that. Okay, and let's just try another compile because sometimes these don't go through the first time you hit it. Okay, so again, negative 225. I bet if we look at our instances down here, we'll see a negative 200 and a 25. And it put it, it's restarting also. So we need to multiply the Y or the instant. What if we go in a different direction? 1 sec. $300, 0 in the Y. 0 and 0. Yeah. How about let's try the relative transform this time and see how that goes. So maybe we would just want the relative. Aha, there we go. All right. There you have it. We have a door that restores the wall at the right location when we right click it. So we're no longer using this. So let's removes instance mesh at index at the specified from specified instanced name and adds a new spawns a BG structure actor at the index. This removes an instance from the instanced static mesh component. Restores the instance at the provided index. By default, this is the wall instance that is restored. Okay. Stop. Do a fresh build of all of that. And you know what? Let's go with 2, and we're going to play as listen server and client in standalone games. Because we're going to let's test the networking again. We are currently LAN only, but at some point here we'll start implementing the online code. We're both going to be Cisco. We'll both be game masters. Blue. All right. Whoop. Hello. There's our structure. Working across the network. The door is being added across the network. The removal. Woo. All right. Removal is not. I think it's because we're destroying self. We're calling a destroy, which we shouldn't do. So here we replicate this destroy needs to be done on the game here. So we're going to remove it and then structure to remove, destroy. That should hopefully fix that. So let's try that again. Let's try that again. I didn't mean to do that. However, did that work? Were you in the... We are. Okay, so there's server and client. Okay, it destroyed its server side, didn't client. Okay. What are we doing wrong? That goes here to structure to remove structure actor, which is a net multicast. It goes in. It restores the mesh at the instance, at the index. Let's see. That should do it safely, right? So server side, let's just do the server. We add a door. Remove the door. It's fine. Oh. Client. Maybe it's because it's net multicast and it's trying to run. I gotcha. Okay. So this is... I don't think we can call destroy. If okay, then we call destroy. So then this should only run on the server, the destroy part, because the client doesn't have the, isn't allowed to do that. And because it's because it's running on the server and it's replicated, it should eventually get destroyed on the client side as well. Go away. Interesting. I'm gonna look into that. It's caused by name collisions and objects with the same name. It's the collision. We need to give them a unique name. So here we go. Okay. Okay, let's just test that real quick. First of all, that it's adding a number to each of our collisions. And then we'll look at the corner and base stuff also. So the garbage collection is having an issue because things aren't guaranteed unique names. So my wife's hanging stuff. So if you hear him banging in the background, if you hear hammering in the background, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, perfect. If I shorten and I change it, all right, and if I stop and I go to where would crash logs be? What's the message log? Oh, that's different. That's that. Okay. I think crash logs are going to be Unreal projects, BattleGrids, saved, logs. There we go. I don't know if that's the newest one. Yeah, it is. Okay. So what's it doing it on? Okay, so we need to... Where are we doing that? All right, how about... Actually, we need... we have to somehow have a unique identifier on this collision, which... So... Let's just do that. Use it and bump it. So for the lifespan of a spline structure, it's just going to constantly be upping that int. Let's see if that fixes this issue. Just one. And if we look, interesting. Oh yeah, it's good. Oh, wait. Where's our cleanup? Interesting. That too we need to look into. It doesn't rotate properly. All right, so if I stop and I check the log, and this is of the wrong... Okay. At 12:33. Yeah, this should be, this is the most recent one. So it looks like we've fixed that issue. So let's do 2 as standalones again. I don't think this is going to fix the destroy problem, but whoops, it's on move mode. Got that. So that still destroys a door. I don't know if we're ever going to be able to fix that. And there's the crash. Okay. But if we take a look, we shouldn't see... There's an interesting long time between ticks right there. Oh. Okay, so we've fixed the collision. However, the corner and the wall and the base instance now need to have their own unique numbers as well. And let's see if we've... I think this is the server. Yeah, again, all those problems. Moves working. Good, everything's working, and then this issue, okay. Let's look real quick at when we were restoring or modify instance mesh at index. That was a net multicast as well. And it was just removing an instance at an index. Okay, what if we just say if we do that for a second here, just to test and see if it is really the destroy that's causing the crash or if it's something else. It's something else. Okay. All right. Just checking. Yeah, the door is still there. It's just invisible, so that code did take. All right, so we're gonna... Progress is good. Canovust. I think things are working. We're just trying to figure out the network code. It's causes something is causing a crash when we remove the when we're put somewhere in here our remove structure actor. So when we're switching back from a door to a wall, this is crashing on the network on client side. Server side is fine, but client seems to crash. So something's up. And then we also need to give unique, our garbage collection is mad with base instances, corner instance, base instance, and wall instances. We need to get some unique names, so we need to add an integer. Actually, this is so plus f string from int. I think if we just do that, well, actually, no, I need to look more into that because I think that's going to screw up our get instance static mesh component by string. So let's stop. I'm going to take a break for a little bit. I guess, yeah, so I did you can do a Google search also on that. Let me pull up the error again. and you can see it so bright. Here you go. This right here. This waiting for resource cleanup. Because they don't have unique names, and we're destroying something with a name corner instance and then making something new with the name corner instance, there's an overwrite occurring, and you see that 4.52 milliseconds right there, or there's even a 6.88. That's not good. We need to get rid of things like this game thread hitches. So we got rid of it with the collision by giving the collision this unique number, which just starts at 0 and then plus pluses each time it's used. Because we're never trying, as far as I know, we're not trying to access these components with the name. But the problem here is our instanced components that we're making. We do access by string in order to find them. So this might need to be fixed. So something's up with the garbage collection that's not optimal that we'll look into. I'm going to take a lunch break, however, and then we'll get back, and I think this is something that we might want to prioritize looking into. So I'll be back soon. Okay. Back from lunch. And water in hand. This stream is not brought to you by Bubbly. But it could be. I'll take your sweet cash, Bubbly. Whoever you are. Alright. Where are we? Let's look at our wall. So when we update the wall mesh, which I believe is how we do all of this, so just need to look through here. Add point to spline, update structure mesh. Ah. Okay. Nah, we'll leave it as wall mesh. Every time we update the wall mesh, we are creating an instance static mesh component by the name of wall instance. How about we need to do get instance static mesh component by string wall instance, and this returns that. So if we'll move it up, auto wall instanced component is equal to that, and if wall instance component, then we do that. And we set the collision profile name. And then we do the same thing for our base instance. So auto base instanced component is equal to get instance static mesh component by string base instance. If we don't have anything, then we make it. This way, we don't keep creating a new instanced component if we already have it. Which is what we're doing right here. Though we actually need to do this too. Okay, so that should hopefully, I think that'll do it. The only reason we have to do the numbers here is because we're creating new objects. We're not, it's not part of an instance. Also, if you're wondering, I am on a new microphone setup. With this whole move has come a nicer build of how my desk is set up, so hopefully that has resulted in a nice improvement on your end for listening. Okay, so we're still good here. I think if we do it this way, I'm going to do that a bunch, and we go look at the logs. No, we want this one, I think. Okay, I think we're okay. So once it creates the instance component, it doesn't create it again. So I think our garbage collection is safe. So now, however, we want to look into this. What's going on here? So, let's put a break here. We're going to play as a client. Because it's the client that something messed up, right? Add a door. That's working. So if we remove the door, okay. Interesting. Stopping. This perhaps cannot be static. It can be. Okay. So we're good there. So let's back up further. Here's the local one. So let's see what happens here. Oops. Load that. Selected viewport. Okay, and if we get that here, add a door, remove it. Okay, we're good so far. I always forget these hotkeys. What are they? Step over is F10, step into is 11. Excuse me. Step out. Step out. Step out. What's happening? Yikes. All right, redo that. What the heck? It's going into all this slate stuff. I don't need that. I just wanted to know here. I wonder if the structure can't make the call to the parent. That might be the issue, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, okay, so it's the structure that's calling up to the spline structure. Okay, I think I know what's occurring now. So let's stop all that. So this is all okay, but our structure and spline structure, we can't do this. Because this is a net multicast. And this is where I don't, yeah. Okay, so let's grab our gameplay, game mode base where we're calling this. The structure to remove, okay, so it's going to need to return this information. And the game mode is going to have to do this stuff. So, go to the header. This is going to return a transform. So int index is equal to structure to remove get index, and int transform is equal to structure to remove root component relative, get the relative transform. This is obviously not that. There we go. So that's better. And now get parent spline structure, restore with the index and the transform. And this is probably going to end up shadowing, so index on spline structure is what we'll call that. And we'll call this the structure transform. Okay, so we're bypassing this entirely. We're not even using that on our structure, so let's just get rid of that. And then if structure to remove is pending killer, if not, then structure to remove destroy. Okay, let's try that. Now the game mode is the one responsible for calling restore instance mesh at index. All right, there we go. It just didn't destroy the door, as far as I can tell, but the restore worked. So excuse me. How about in here? No, we can't do that. Why can't we? So let's rename this. We need to be a little bit more explicit on some of these things. Why are we double wrapping that? We don't need a double wrap. We don't need to be that safe. We should be allowed to just destroy this structure as the server. Excuse me. If we are the server, I'm assuming that's going to work. Yeah, okay. So why is this not working? It replicates. Doesn't it? Check the door. The BP, the blueprint. Yes, it replicates. And we do this to destroy tokens as well, right? Yeah. So okay. We make a server call. Looks normal to me. Okay, so maybe we'll give it the we're going to add in the ABG structure pointer structure to remove in here as well. We'll give it some more, come on, some more responsibilities. It's going to add an instance, then it's going to go through its spawn structures, find structure to remove. This returns that. So we are spawned structures. First we remove it. And then destroy it and pass in structure to remove. Okay. So now the responsibility is on the thing that created it. So maybe ownership was at work here. There we go. Oh, wait, we're on the server, though. So let's try a client. Why can we not get this thing to get destroyed? Everybody just says that it should replicate. It does. I don't know. We'll try that. Because it's obviously working server side, so why is it not going out to the clients? It added 2 doors. Interesting. It is. Okay, what has happened? So why is it adding 2 doors? Ah, I think I know why. Multicast or spawn structure. This is net multicast. So if we are okay, I think I know what's going on. This should just be server. And this should just be server. Cause then those things should be those things should replicate anyway. Okay. So let's put that back to net multicast and see what happens. And just have restore instance mesh on server side. Yeah, okay, so it's making 2 doors because of the net multicast. So the server's calling it and the client. So So just server again. Now we're going into server. The problem is the removing of the instance is not being replicated. So we are saying that that it replicates. So I'm not quite sure why the remove isn't. Huh. Let's make a remove instance mesh at index and just do int const index. What else? We're going to basically move this out. We're going to have an f transform out transform. I think that's it. And basically, I'm going to call that with the index. Come on, index saved transform. need to pass in the use instance static mesh component. Okay, so that is net multicast now. Okay, let's test that. So the spawning a structure. Why is this? Cannot be passed by non-const reference. You can't have an out parameter. Damn. Oh, that's right. You can't return things. Okay. So this is only going to do the removal. And up here, we still have to do the transform separate. Okay, so the spawning is server side. The removing is a net multicast. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, how about we pass it to the server? There we go. Yep, right there. So remove structure instance at index. Spawn structure actor at index. And then we're going to remove structure instance at index. Index. Wish it would stop doing that. Okay. So we're not even doing that at all anymore. The game mode, when we're spawning, should be calling it, and that should be enough. It's not even calling that. Why? What's going on here? What is going on? Oh. So because we have unique indices for our collision boxes now, that breaks our set collision enabled. And I bet that breaks. Where's on our overlap? No, that doesn't matter there, but we can't do it. We can't do that anymore. And that's broken. So okay, yeah. See, it's still got. Okay, let's stop and go to client. Just see what happens is now. Wondering if it was getting a hiccup on that. I mean, maybe we just do it locally first, and then this network stuff, it gets painful. All right, where's our spawn structure? Here we go. Okay. This. We don't want to do that there. We want to do it on the client side thing. Same thing with that. I'm doing this screwed up. I need the... Okay, so spawn structure actor. This one. And then this needs to go to the non-server restore instance. But I mean, we can't do that stuff since we're not the we're not the server, and we're not the owners, so there we go. And the restore instance mesh. Okay. We're partially there. Let's close that and fix some stuff. All right. So restore instance mesh. Let's comment that out. Because I don't think we have the authority to do that anyway. But it seemed like the problem was the removing of the instance needed to be called locally first. So there we go. We've fixed that issue. And we fixed that issue. And we should be able to put it back. And then if we go with 2 standalone games, this should now work. These are both clients. It didn't replicate over, so that's an issue. That's odd. That's odd. Okay. Stop. Stop. Hmm. And then it does a server call. And it calls that. And it does it. So let's make sure that we're not calling things multiple times. This is spawn spline structure at location. Let's make sure that some of these things set spline structure physics and collision. Modify spline structure length. To spline structure. Move spline structure. Remove spline structure instance at index. Okay, so in here, yeah, we're calling that again. So let's get rid of that. So let's not do it twice. Let's try that again. These tools are going to be so amazing once they're actually working. Okay. Yikes. Oh. I think I know what's going on. Some things. That's replicated, however, this unique number is not. Just visible anywhere. Visible defaults only. Nah, visible anywhere. And then what else? There were a couple of things that I think we had added that might need to be replicated, so that's good. The structure, that's good. Okay. We'll see if that's just the one thing that needed to be fixed there. I don't think so, though. I think it's an issue with the index being passed. It put it to 0 because that is 0. Okay, so the spawning stuff, this is the... We need to separate some stuff out here. So when this was net multicast, when this was server, net multicast was working because this stuff needed to happen on each thing. However, because server and net multicast were both spawning the door, so that was happening twice. So the spawning actually needs to just be server, but this stuff needs to be local. So first, where we're calling this spawn structure, first we're going to call remove instance mesh at index from here. There. And then we spawn at the location. So here, but we're removing, so we don't have the transform. So that's where that issue was arising, is our transforms messed up. So we're going to pass in a transform as well. So before we remove, we're going to make an F transform saved transform. Basically this. So we're doing all that. We get the transform prepared. We then remove the instance mesh at index, which, so none of that's happening in here anymore. Spawn transform is what's being passed down to that. So this function just got shrunk quite a bit because we are no longer, we're taking out. This happens only server is the spawn, just the spawn. This information is collected from here. We then pass the saved transform right there. Oh, we actually do it right here, I think. Okay, so over here, we're just making this call now. Server call comes down, and we're just calling the game mode to spawn. We want to spawn a structure, and we're saying what structure we want to spawn. The game mode now has the authority to get the transform information it needs, removes the mesh, the instance mesh at that on the instance at that index, and then proceeds to spawn a structure edit. This is a net multicast. Remove. This is server because it is spawning something that is replicated. Now, I think we'll have to look similarly at the restore function next. So hopefully we can get this working. We're still in the middle of a move over here. So I'm gonna have to end early today because I've got some more stuff to unpack and get set up. But this is a pretty hefty change that is pretty good. I think that's worth today's work. Okay, so we're back to that issue. It's not removing the instance. Man, it's almost like our code is just not even doing anything. So that's so frustrating. Why is it not working over? Why are the clients? This is net multicast. Do we have a log somewhere around here? No. All right, server's still able to do it. So what happened right there? rotations are not replicated. Okay. Oh, man, that's such a pain. I just realized. Okay. Get the instance transform. So this is on the server. We are going to have to pass rotations in manually. Or rather, this is the structure rotation, and we want to pass so there's some things that are just not being replicated, apparently. And that's the... Oh, come on. Why is this unhappy? There. So everything's working on a standalone, but there's information that's being lost or cannot be retrieved. Certain things don't replicate over the network, like rotations for some reason. And I'm sure it has to do with... let's do one that's like that. Okay. Client was fine there. Server is just, or the client is just screwing things up. So let's just back up. On a player controller, what do? We're calling spawn structure actor at the spline structure index. we're just going straight to a server call. So on the server, we're asking the game mode to spawn a structure. I don't think rotation, I don't think that has anything to do with it because we're getting a transform. Excuse me. We're going to put these inside here because we're only going to do this if we're able to do this. I don't want to. So let's not make that const because we are passing it along and modifying it by removing an instance, right? So this is multicast. So on all clients, and it's called from the server, so it should have authority to do that. Remove an instance mesh at the index. The client in the viewport. Because I want to see that. No spawn structures here. Yet it's right there. -400, -25, -400. Interesting. I'm not sure what's going on with this remove instance, but we might have to return to this tomorrow. This should be working. Okay, so both the server and the client said removing instance at index 2. And yet... Also, it's just populating the hell out of those collisions. I'm not sure what's going on there. So that's not cool. And then... Yeah, it didn't delete it there. So if we go with a listen server, so here's the server and the client. So here's server side. Would we destroy removing instance at index 2? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and yeah, we're 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so instances are good there. Can't choose the client. Okay, so and we are replicating. Set is replicated. Well, this is a big problem if we can't get these to replicate the removal of the instance mesh at an index. Well, I'm not sure. I think it's the issue, something about this index is not correct, or it's not replicating properly, or the indices are different client to server. I don't know. We'll have to investigate what's going on here with this instance static mesh component. And then also our collision. When we clean up, oh, maybe then collision boxes dot. How do we empty it? It's an array, right? Why can't I empty an array? That's why. I don't think I needed that anymore. Okay, and then the same thing here. let's just see what happens with those. If we don't have a huge memory leak, basically, or I don't know, it's just creating this massive array of dead pointers. Or null pointers, probably. There we go. 7 elements. The numbers look correct. We're a server. We've added our spawn structure in. What if we're just the client? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it didn't. It's still not removing an instance. There's no replication here either. So this issue right here, 1, 2, oh. Yeah, it's just adding more in at those. So this is the issue right here. So the replication problem of the instances here is it's just adding in or inserting indices, so it's bumping. And so that's why we start getting this offset by 2, and then we should have an offset by like 3. All right, it's just even off entirely because it can't find the transform. So that's the problem there. And then also our structure, our spawn structures, this needs to be replicated. That was what I was thinking of when we add something that I was like, I know there's something that needs to be replicated. So put that there. Who knows, maybe that'll just fix everything. Or we need to somehow replicate our instances array. Or we need to do things just locally rather than trying to do everything server side. And then, so hopefully we at least have, yes, we have a door now added client side. So that's fixed. We still have 5. And then if I remove, yeah, it bumped another one in. I add, it's 1 off. I remove, I add, and it's messed up. So okay. I'm gonna end there today that we know now. I'm gonna put a to-do because I know what's the problem. So that's a good way to end today. At least we know where the problem is now. So we don't have to suddenly backtrack entirely. I think this can be overcome. So where do I want to put this? I want to put it here. Instances are not being removed on clients. Replication issue with replication issue. Okay, so that's what we'll return to tomorrow, is looking at this. Sometimes it's good to sleep on it and figure out why that doesn't seem to be working. So, stop there. I'm going to commit even with that to do, because a lot of stuff happened today, and I like to back up. Doors are now added separate structure class, which allows for a more complex door object for created new functionality for adding this, for spawning this actor in game. However, network code on the client side is having replication issues with removal of wall instances. Okay. So that's where we'll come back to tomorrow. Thank you, everybody who tuned in after a week vacation time. Yeah, I like that we can add in a door, but this just has to be solved. So we'll return to that next time. Thanks for joining on Deep End Dev. I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. Until next time.